for Obama again if it was possible, changed over to the Trump side?
100%. They became Republicans. If you look at Trump's base, generation base, is Gen X. Many people don't know that things old. And without them, Trump couldn't win a thing. A lot of these people were Obama voters. That was the inside of the great film Get Out. I mean, look at Obama third time. What is you about to enslave me?
I mean, look at Ohio and Iowa. I mean, look at what happened to those states. Those people were Indiana.
What up, Neil, huh?
Something you'll grow with passes. I got a really good everything bagel from the hands that held my cradle. Obviously praise, sesame grace, all about stories and everything. I got a really good everything bagel. Hey, feels like I'm sitting at a table. Every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. Counter crowded, tastic table, cousin on accordion, laughing too soft. Uncle tells the same joke we've all heard before. We groan, we smile, we ask for more. I got a really good everything bagel from the hands that held my cradle. Poppy seed prayers, sesame grace, all about stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel. Hey, feels like I'm sitting at a table. Every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. Fingers, tears in my eyes. How did a circle hold so many lives? Take one more bite, pass one more plate. We're late for everything, still tastes great. Oh yeah, I got a really good everything bagel from the hands that held my cradle. Poppy seed prayers, sesame grace, all of our stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel. Hey, feels like I'm sitting at the table. Every little crumb, every little bite keeps every goodbye.
Operation Maximum Cringe.
いつでもいいよそっと抱いてその感覚遠くへ捨ててでもどんどんなるのは胸の中そう外してほどいてもうどんどん優しい声
I finally cracked the code about what Timothée Chalamet, or whatever that young man's name is, this whole Kylie Jenner PR. I know many fucking other niggas do it. Y'all want to try. Because back in the day, my back in the day, years.
Just no building left, you know?
Yeah.
Destroyed. So he's not comparing, he's not a fair comparison because we came from nothing, you know, and companies gave us something, which was great. It wasn't it, we know that, you know, it wasn't, you know what I mean?
It is all better, I guess.
Exactly. Like Germany got destroyed too, but look what the West did, and look what the East did. The West was way better, you know? So,
Yeah.
and the East was truly underdeveloped, you know, but that's a fun part there. Imagine Eastern German, Western German, you got a wall. What's interesting, the wall doesn't separate Germany. Actually, the wall it's in Berlin.
I
It's
thought
funny.
it was Berlin. In fact, I would
I
walk
thought,
there every day.
I thought it separates Germany from East and West. No, it's a wall just in Berlin, you know, it's like...
It is a Berlin. It represents.
No, because the city itself, Berlin is split in two. So you got the Germany being split in two, and then you got Berlin split in two. So the wall is just in Berlin.
You're seeing the Berlin, you're seeing lower. Poor Berlin, rich Berlin separated.
Yeah, it's funny. I wonder how many people, you know, kind of smuggled on the other side, or I know the Russians wouldn't allow you to, you know. It's just...
It's not that long and it's not that tall.
That's what I understand.
Yeah.
Why don't you let people go? If you feel like you're better here, good, let people go. But why don't you let people go? You know what I mean? Let them...
That's what I think. Like, it is not a secure wall. And I used to pass by it for like 6 months almost every day. And I have good memories of that wall. I mean, I met so many people, like tourists who would come and like stand there. So many picture taking sessions. But it's just not impressive, I think. I don't think it was meant to be impressive. It is meant to be secure, but easily, like I could see people squatting.
It's interesting how the Germans themselves ruled East.
I remember now. I remember now. Unfolding. I myself am the pure knowing quiet center. Ever glowing. When so manifestation very safe like breath like ocean. Tell me who is watching substance of the stream is the moving of my feeling. Inferior nature, glittering skin on something deeper, never ending, wherein I see innumerable images and mirrored halls of me. These be all things and creatures, great and psychedelic waves, fractal temples in the heartbeat blooming, breaking, born again to fade. Every star, every stranger, just my mask in a different shade. Eternal watcher, on the eye, inside the sky, under my regard, the streaming waters roll by. All the colors, all the faces, flowing fingers, live and die, primal will, eternal watcher, on the eye, behind the eye.
Word is nothing more than political theater, and it's nothing more than fake news and spam and suggestion.
This is so weird, man. I'm trying to know what results in the
Remember now, thy creator,
Very good.
in the days of thy youth, you laughed at every warning, and still you loved the truth. You wrote it in the margin of some forgotten page to keep me in vivid remembrance
Whoa.
while you hurried through your age. Get old jazz, carry me over from city to city, from dust to desire, through desert wastes of the everyday, to one small sip from the hidden fire. My days shall be long if I wait with theory. Subtle principle, quiet and true. Mine inferior nature, darling, is the bond between keeps my feet in the gravel while my heart slips through secret doors. I stumble over commandments, but I still hum that old refrain. To unite thyself with life eternal in every cheap cafe and train. Is it faith or just affection when I lean into your name? Either way, your ancient letters set my tired pulse aflame. Theologians carry me over from city to city, from thirst to the well, through dry advice and polished lies, to that one blue note I can never spell. My days shall be long if I ride with you. Subtle principle, quiet and true. You bring a man safe through desert wastes, or leave him there, I suppose. It's all in how he holds the reins and how loosely his fingers close. I suppose I'm you. Count to 4, think through the floor. Silver cold at your core. Slow inhale, thoughts turn pale. You are more in the day. Hypnosis, AI got in my breathing, rewriting every fear I believed in. I surrender as the pains arrive. When I exhale, every limit is mine. Hypnosis, AI got in my breathing, heart sinking with the pulse I'm receiving. I dissolve into a shimmering sky. On every breath, I remember I'm alive. Touch of a hand, words inside, understand, golden dust over us. Every breath turns to trust. Hypnosis, I got it in my breathing, rewriting every fear I believed in. I surrender as the curtains open. When I exhale, every limit is mine. Hypnosis, I got it in my breathing, heart sinking with the pulse I'm receiving. I dissolve I've been staring at the blank page for so long, and every word that I write down is so wrong. And I don't know what the fuck is going on. I can't seem to get this one right. I've been trying to make it cool, but every song I write, it sucks. And I don't wanna tell you, but I ain't got no soul, no soul. I've been driving on the wrong side of the road, and I'm starting to lose control. 'Cause all I wanna do is be on the stage, and I've got nothing to show for it. I've been trying to make it cool, but every song I write, it sucks. And I don't wanna tell you this, but I ain't got no soul, no soul. I ain't got no soul, no soul. No soul.
Chicho Lopez, alderman of the 25th Ward, and here as an elected official, as a father of Chicago School's children. Father of Chicago.
Because what we're
My friend the trash bag is here. My friend the trash bag, welcome. You know a thing or two about trans. Welcome to LGBTQ, CRT, BLM, DEI, yoga, feminists, trans Democrats, gays only. We are a Democrat vote organizing association dedicated to getting Democrat votes. Welcome to my room, my friend. Hello?
Yes, yes, thank you.
And did you want to round up today for Indigo Arts Alliance?
I don't want to.
Great news. You don't have to go.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're supposed to say no thanks. You know how that works? You say no thanks. You know how to say no thanks? No thanks.
Father.
Yeah, I'm done with this rounding up. I'm not rounding up anymore. No more rounding up. I'm sick of rounding up.
No thanks.
I don't want to round up.
No thanks.
The leftist people are like so snarky. Maybe they're just trying to be funny. But she said, do you want to round up? And I said, I don't want to. And she said, good news. You don't have to.
All you gotta say is no thanks. What's the problem with no thanks?
No, thank you. You had snow there?
Yeah, but nothing major.
It's snowing now. I'm driving in a blizzard. In a blizzard.
You know, my uncle eventually moved to Florida. He said I should have moved down here to begin with.
CRT, BLM, LGBTQ.
DEI. Okay, this is some
That would be
music.
a good Suno song. Have you experimented with singing into Suno? Have you tried that yet?
Like the text?
Well, you know that in Suno there's 2 ways to give a prompt.
Yeah.
You can give a prompt by typing, which is the way that you've been doing it, or you can click the button over and then you can just record your voice. Have you done this yet?
No.
Did you even know that you could do this?
No, let me see.
So go to Suno and you can click over and then you can sing the following. You can sing BLM, DEI, LGBTQ.
Maybe, you
Then
have
it will expand. It will expand and build an entire song out of 8 seconds that you have hummed.
Do you have an Apple?
Yeah.
Okay, so I think because I'm using Motorola or Android, it's possible that I can't do that with my
Oh, it might
Suno.
not work.
But our Everything Bagel Blessing song is a hit already in the klezmer circles on the north. Congratulations, my friend. We got a klezmer hit. This is called Everything Bagel Blessing by Ezekiel Zachariah klezmer band.
Eat something, you'll grow it fast. I got a really good everything bagel from the inside of my cradle. Sesame grace, all of our stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel. Feels stable, every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. Counter crowded, plastic tablecloth, cousin on accordion, laughing too soft. Uncle tells the same joke we've all heard before. We groan, we smile, we ask for more. I got a really good everything bagel from the hands that held my cradle. Poppy seed, sesame grace, all of our stories and I got a really good everything bagel. Feels like I'm sitting at the table. Every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. Salt on my fingers, tears in my eyes. How did a circle hold so many lives? Take one more bite, pass one more plate. We're late for everything, it still tastes great. Oh yeah, I got a really good everything bagel from the hands that held my cradle. Poppy seed prayers, sesame grace, all of our stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel. Feels like I'm sitting at a table. Every little crumb, every little bite keeps every goodbye. Feeling alive. Walked into the day, snow on my coat, bell on the door, gave a tired little note. Old man at the counter said, kid, you look beat. I got something warm that'll knock you off your feet. Matzo ball, hallelujah. Floating like a dream in a bowl so deep. Matzo ball, hallelujah. One good spoon and I could almost weep. Oh, yeah. Hey, matzo is what my hungry heart needs. Rough golden sunset, parsley on top. Carrots doing circles, they don't wanna stop. Took that first sip, time slowed in the chair. Heard Bobby laughing from an empty air. My top ball, hallelujah, floating like a dream in a bowl so deep. My top ball, hallelujah, one good spoon and I could almost weep. Oh yeah, my top ball, hallelujah, salt on my lips, all troubles leave. My top ball, hallelujah, this is what my hungry heart believes. Some find faith in mountains, in stars above. Me, I find my miracles in chicken soup and love. Hey! My top ball, hallelujah. Float like a dream in a bowl.
Flights. American Rescue, 1.9 trillion in sights. Infrastructure, 1.2 trillion. Infrastructure, what? Be his waist up, he looked like glowing metal, as if full of fire. That from there down, he looked. That from a figure like that of a man. That from what appeared to be.
Now I just don't really give a fuck to you. Why? Because you're a nobody, and you're most likely probably just looking for clout off of me. I just don't really.
What's wrong, man? Show me your glasses.
What's your name? I've been so many places.
They're just bi or some shit like that. That's kind of sad. You can't speak it, like sitting there like a freaking quiet spy freak.
Well, there's a large percentage of people on the app that actually don't speak that often. They're mainly listening.
True, but those listening to would like at least have, I don't know, come with their names or they could be identified as someone. But people who come anonymously, there's a creep element to it. Like a spy with no identity, just lurking around, recording stuff. Like that's the kind of image you get.
Imagine somebody so weird that they would record people talking about unnecessary things all the time.
I think a clip of a guy would actually interact a little bit, so we don't spot them,
Says the Sufi.
His waist up, he looked like glowing metal, as if full of fire. That further down, he looked like fire. Brilliant light surrounded him.
You are here. I'm delivering of Alistair Crowley, technical labors of the libros, subfigured subfigured
So I guess Holmes has never read a philosophy book in his life, huh? What do you think?
Libers, liberos, subfigura, concordans, Alistair Crowley, libers, liberos, subfigura, Alistair Crowley, libers, liberos, subfigura, liberos, subfigura, the law of the strong. This is our law and the joy of the world. Shall be the whole of the law. Thou hast no right to do thy will, do that, and no other shall say now. Every man, every woman.
Are you defending Hamza still? So do you take existence as a predicate?
Can I not engage in this? Is it okay to not engage in this? Oh, there, you have your boy Rigo.
Can existence be a predicate, Regal?
I don't know. What are you predicating existence on?
Of what it means to be a woman, to be more inclusive of males who identify as women. What's interesting, what we're hearing in these clips that have been coming out, the 3 female liberal justices seemingly
Speaks. Show me the non-Trinitarian Jew scholar who has a conviction himself that the law does not appear to Abraham is a pre-incarnate Messiah. It's a pre-incarnate Christ. Then you have the person has to be making that argument from conviction. Not that the person is analyzing a text.
The words now.
I'm not changing anything.
Now you want, do you say you want a non-Jewish Trinitarian scholar?
The point. Listen, let me finish my point. You can go, no problem. Because he's gonna act like he's gonna say it.
Listen, I realize that what I'm seeing doesn't add up, right? You have to, as a grown person.
What you're saying doesn't add up isn't a surprise. We know that everything you said doesn't add up. TDS10, you got the Trump derangement syndrome, man.
Forget about it, my damn self, but we got that man about it and the rest of it. But no, man, matter of fact, John, get down. You get down. Don't get down.
Slave master. Hello, I have a question for you, Benjamin, about the atheist perspective.
Yeah, the atheist perspective.
I was thinking about leaving atheism. Do you have any pointers?
You're thinking about leaving atheism and just becoming an atheist?
No, I'm thinking about leaving atheism and becoming a theist.
Well, I definitely think you should leave. So that's where we agree.
About doctrine.
craftiness whereby they lie in wait to deceive.
So the reason why the body of Christ is built that way, because when we're sent out two by two, we're being sent out prophet and evangelist, pastor and deacon, our pastor and teacher. These were the body of Christ is a collective of people that are walking in Christ's ministry. Together we are one band, one sound. That's why the pastor not greater than the evangelist. I suggest people go to churches with people.
Hey, brother.
To himself.
What you might not be aware of is that it's referring to the exact sunlight, daylight of a physical, literal death, because Adam lived 900 and some odd years. That's more than the day that they were in. So obviously it's not talking about a day of a sun, moon day. It ain't talking about that. It's talking about a day with God.
منو گرفت تقصیر کرمه بوده اونی که نگرفته اون نه باید بدونی که در دیگه این کار نکنی اتفاقا اون میگه میخواد احساسات شما جریان کار کن من اصلا وارد این جریان نمیشم تا این باید شدم بیش از این چون همون ورودش هم خودش
Hey, I just want to quote Erica Kirk and say, good Shabbos.
John Kitover or something. Relax to lie to the roof. Evidence. I'm asking you. The United States Supreme Court just heard.
Man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. Man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch, and mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. Man has the right to love as he will, take your fill and will of love as he will, when, where, and with whom he will. Man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. The slave shall serve. Love is the law. Love under will. The law of the strong. This is our law and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Thou hast no right but to do thy will. Do that and no other shall say nay. Every man and every woman is a star. There is no God but man. The rights of Master Therian, Frater Perturabo, Alistair Crowley, the Master, Alistair Crowley. Man has the right to live by his own law, to live as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. Man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to what he will, to draw, paint, carve at your mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. Man has the right to love as he will. Take your fill and will of love as you will. When, where, and with whom you will. Man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. The slave shall serve. Love is the law. Love under the law of the strong. This is our law and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Thou hast no right but to do thy will. Do that and no other shall say nay. Every man and every woman is a star. There is no God but man. The rights of man, master, they unafraid of Rabo, Alistair Crowley. Alistair Crowley, the master, Alistair Crowley. As he will, to die and how he will. Man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve at your mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. Man has the right to love as he will. Take your fill and will of love as he will. When, where, and with whom you will. Man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. The slave shall serve. Love is the law. Love under the law of the strong. This is our law and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Thou hast no right but to do thy will. Do that and no other shall say nay. Every man and every woman is a star. There is no God but man. The rights of man, master, Therian, Frederabo, Alistair Crowley, Alistair Crowley, the master, Alistair Crowley. Carthage, though a commercial republic, was the aggressor in the very war that ended in her destruction. Hannibal had carried her arms into the heart of Italy, into the gates of Rome before Scipio in turn gave him an overthrow in the territories of Carthage and made a conquest of the Commonwealth. Venice in later times figured more than once in wars of ambition, till becoming an object to the other Italian states. Pope Julius II found means States to accomplish that formidable lead. 9 which gave a deadly blow to the power and pride of this haughty republic. The provinces of Holland, till they were overwhelmed in debts and taxes, took a leading and conspicuous part in the wars of Europe. They had furious contest with England for the dominion of the sea, and were among the most persevering and most implacable of the opponents of Louis Quatorze. Of Britain, the representatives of the people, compose one branch of the national legislature. Commerce has been for ages the predominant pursuit of that country. Few nations, nevertheless, have been more frequently engaged in war. And the wars in which that kingdom has been engaged have, in numerous instances, proceeded from the people. There have been, if I may so express it, almost as many popular as royal wars. The cries of the nation and the importunities of their representatives, upon various occasions, dragged their monarchs into war or continued them in it, contrary to their inclinations. And sometimes contrary to the real interest of the state, in that memorable struggle for superiority between the rival houses of Austria and Barbary, which so long kept Europe in a flame. It is well known that the antipathies of the English against the French, seconding the ambition or all avarice of a favorite leader, protracted the war beyond the limits marked out by sound policy, and for considerable time in opposition to the views of the court. The wars of these two last mentioned nations had in a great measure grown out of commercial considerations, the desire of supplanting and the fear of being supplanted, either in particular branches of traffic or in the general advantages of trade and navigation. From this story of what has taken place in other countries, whose situations have borne the nearest resemblance to our own, what a reason can we have to confide in those reveries, which would seduce us into an expectation of peace, cordiality between the members of the present Confederacy in a state of separation? Have we not already seen enough of the fallacy and extravagance of those idle theories which have amused us with promises of an exemption from the imperfections, weaknesses, and evils incident to society in every shape? Is it not time to awake from the deceitful dream of a golden age and to adopt a practical maxim for the direction of our political conduct, that we, as well as the other inhabitants of the globe, are yet remote from the happy empire of perfect wisdom and perfect virtue. Let the point of extreme depression to which our national dignity and credit have sunk, let the inconveniences felt everywhere from a lax and ill administration of government, let the revolt of a part of the state of North Carolina, the late menacing disturbances in Pennsylvania, and the actual insurrections and rebellion in Massachusetts declare.
So on without end is the cleverness of the evil one in exploiting our weaknesses, our likes and dislikes. I need to be free of those telling me what to do in order to attain my real fulfillment. If I suppress my sensual impulses and urges, I may do harm to my natural development. I am a mature person. I can read whatever I wish, watch whatever kind of TV program or movies I wish. It doesn't affect me at all if I always say no to others in regard to sex or drugs or alcohol. I will never be accepted by others. I will never have any friends. I don't need confession. I haven't any grave sins. And besides, if I stay away more, there will be less danger of routine confessions. My prayers don't seem to be answered. Seem to be answered. So what is the use of praying? Conscience is the only guide I need. As long as I am at peace with my conscience, I need not worry. Even if some of my acts and decisions are not always. When this soul turns into chicks to the ash. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, my little Santa baby, Santa baby, my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Because when once an efficient national government is established, the best men in the country will not only consent to serve, but also will generally be appointed to manage it. For although town or country or other contracted influence may place men in state assemblies or senates or courts of justice, or executive departments, yet more general and extensive reputation for talents and other qualifications will be necessary to recommend men to offices under the national government, especially as it will have the widest field for choice, never experienced the want of proper persons, which is not uncommon in some of the states. Hence, it will result that the administration, the political councils, and the judicial decisions of the national government will be more wise, systematical, and judicious than those of individual states, and consequently more satisfactory with respect to other nations, as well as more safe with respect to us. Because under the national government, treaties and articles of treaties, as well as the laws of nations, will always be expounded in one sense and executed in the same manner, whereas adjudications on the same points and questions in 13 states or in 3 or 4 confederacies will not always accord or be consistent, and that, as well from the variety of independent courts and judges appointed by different and independent governments, as from the different local laws and interests which may affect and influence them. The wisdom of the convention in committing such questions to the jurisdiction judgment of courts appointed by and responsible only to one national government cannot be too much commended, because the prospect of present loss or advantage may often tempt the governing party in 1 or 2 states to swerve from good faith and justice, but those temptations not reaching the other states and consequently having little or no influence on the national government. Temptation will be fruitless and good faith and justice be preserved. Case of the treaty of peace, written adds great weight to this reasoning, because even if the governing party in a state should be disposed to resist such temptations, yet as such temptations may and commonly do result from circumstances peculiar to the state and may affect a great number of the inhabitants, the governing party may not always be able, if willing, to prevent the injustice meditated, or to punish the aggressors. But the national government, not being affected by those local circumstances, will neither be induced to commit the wrong themselves, nor want power or intimidation for good influence, or punish its commission by others.
confederacy, as well to suppress faction and to guard the internal tranquility of states, as to increase their external force and security, is in reality not a new idea. It has been practiced upon in different countries and ages, and has received the sanction of the most approved writers on the subject of politics. The opponents of the plan proposed have, with greatest assiduity, cited and circulated observations of Montesquieu on the necessity of a contracted territory for a republican government. They seem not to have been apprised of the sentiments of that great man expressed in another part of his work, nor to have adverted to the consequences of the principle to which they subscribe with such ready acquiescence. When Montesquieu recommends a small extent for republics, the standards he had in view were of dimensions far short of the limits of almost every one of these states. Neither Virginia, Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, New York, North Carolina, nor Georgia can by any means be compared with the models from which he reasoned, which the terms of his description apply. If we therefore take his ideas on this point as the criterion of truth, we shall be driven to the alternate either of taking refuge at once in the arms of monarchy, ourselves into an infinity of little jealous, clashing, tumultuous commonwealths, the wretched nurseries of unceasing discord, and miserable objects of universal pity or contempt. Some of the writers who have come forward on the other side of the question seem to have been aware of the dilemma, and have even been bold enough to hint at the division of the larger states as a desirable thing. Such an infatuated policy, such a desperate expedient might, by the multiplication of petty offices, answer the views of men who possess not qualifications to extend their influence beyond the narrow circles of personal intrigue. But it could never promote the greatness or happiness of the people of America.
In the wide field of Western territory, therefore, we perceive an ample theater for hostile pretensions, without any umpire or common judge to interpose between the contending parties. Reason from the past to the future, we shall have good ground to apprehend that the sword would sometimes be appealed to as the arbiter of their differences. The circumstances of the dispute between Connecticut and Pennsylvania, respecting the land at Wyoming, admonish us not to be sanguine in expecting an easy accommodation of such differences. The Articles of Confederation oblige the parties to submit the matter to the decision of a federal court. The submission was made, and the court decided in favor of Pennsylvania. But Connecticut gave strong indications of dissatisfaction with that determination, nor did she appear to be entirely resigned to it, till, by negotiation and management, something like an equivalent was found for the loss she supposed herself to have sustained. Nothing here said is intended to convey the slightest censure on the conduct of that state. She no doubt sincerely believed herself to have been injured by the decision, and states, like individuals, acquiesce with great reluctance in determinations to their disadvantage. Those who had an opportunity of seeing the inside of the transactions which attended the progress of the controversy between this state and the District of Vermont can vouch the opposition we experienced, as well from states not interested as from those which were interested in the claim, and can attest the danger to which the peace of the Confederacy might have been exposed had this state attempted to assert its rights by force. Two motives preponderated in that opposition. One, a jealousy entertained of our future power, and the other, the interest of certain individuals of influence in the neighboring states, who had obtained grants of lands under the actual government of that district, even the states which brought forward claims in contradiction to ours seemed more solicitous to dismember this state than to establish their own pretensions. These were New Hampshire, Massachusetts, and Connecticut, New Jersey, and Rhode Island, upon all occasions discovered a warm zeal for the independence of Vermont. And Maryland, till alarmed by the appearance of a connection between Canada and that state, entered deeply into the same views. These, being small states, saw with an unfriendly eye the perspective of our growing greatness. In a review of these transactions, we may trace some of the causes which would be likely to embroil the states with each other, if it should be their unpropitious destiny to become disunited. The competitions of commerce would be another fruitful source of contention. The states less favorably circumstanced would be desirous of escaping from the disadvantaged local situation and of sharing in the advantages of their more fortunate neighbors. Each state or separate confederacy would do a system of commercial policy peculiar to itself. This would occasion distinctions, preferences, and exclusions which would beget discontent. The habits of intercourse on the basis of equal privileges to which we have been accustomed since the earliest settlement of the country would give a keener edge to those causes of discontent than they would naturally have independent of this circumstance. We should be ready to denominate injuries those things which were in reality the justifiable acts of independent, sovereign is consulting a distant interest, the spirit of enterprise which characterizes the commercial part of America has left no occasion of displaying itself unimproved. It is not at all probable that this unbridled spirit would pay much respect to those regulations of trade by which particular states might endeavor to secure exclusive benefits to their own citizens. The infraction of these regulations on one side, the efforts to prevent and repel them on the other, would naturally lead to outrages, and these to reprisals. As well to suppress faction and to guard the internal tranquility of states, as to increase their external force and security, is in reality a new idea. It has been practiced upon different countries and ages, and has received the sanction of the most approved writers on the subject of politics. The opponents of the plan proposed have, with great assiduity, cited and circulated the observations of Montesquieu on the necessity of a contracted territory for a republican government. But they seem not to have been apprised of the sentiments of that great man expressed in another part of his work. Have adverted to consequences, the principle to which they subscribe. Ready for the essence. When Montesquieu recommends a small extent for republic, the standards he had in view were of dimensions far short of the limits of almost every one of these states. Not Virginia, Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, New York, North Carolina, nor Georgia can by any means be compared to models from which he reasoned and to which the terms of his description apply. If we therefore take his ideas on this point as the criterion of truth, we shall be driven to the alternative, either on taking refuge at once in the arms of monarchy, or splitting ourselves into an infinity of little jealous, clashing, tumultuous commonwealths, the wretched nurseries of unceasing discord, and the miserable objects of universal pity or contempt. Some of the writers who have come forward on the other side of the question seem to have been aware of the dilemma, and have even been bold enough to hint at a vision of the larger sense as a desirable. Such
Such an infatuated policy, such a desperate expedient might, by the multiplication of petty offices, answer the views of men who possess not qualifications to extend their influence beyond the narrow circles of personal intrigue. But it could never promote the greatness or happiness of the people of America.
Federalist No. 7. The same subject continued, concerning dangers from dissensions between the states. The Independent Journal, Alexander Hamilton. To the people of the state of New York, it is sometimes asked, with an air of seeming triumph, what inducements could the states have, if disunited, to make war upon each other? It would be a full answer to this question to say, precisely the same inducements which have at different times deluged in blood all the nations in the world. But unfortunately for us, the question admits of a more particular answer. There are causes of differences within our immediate contemplation, of the tendency of which, even under the restraints of a federal constitution, we have had sufficient experience to enable us to form a judgment of what might be expected if those restraints were removed. Territorial disputes have at all times been found one of the most fertile sources of hostility among nations. Perhaps the greatest proportion of wars that have desolated the earth have sprung from this origin. The laws would exist among us in full force. We have a vast tract of unsettled territory within the boundaries of the United States. There still are discordant and undecided claims between several of them, and the dissolution of the Union would lay a foundation for similar claims between them all. It is well known that they have heretofore had serious and animated discussion concerning rights to the lands which were ungranted at the time of the Revolution, and which usually went under the name of Crown lands. The states within the limits of whose colonial governments they were comprised have claimed them as their property. The others have contended that the rights of the Crown in this article devolved upon the Union, especially as all that part of the Western Territory which, either by actual possession or through the submission of the Indian proprietors, was subjected to the jurisdiction of the King Great Britain, till it was relinquished in the Treaty of Peace. As it has been said, was at all events an acquisition to the Confederacy by compact with a foreign power. It has been the prudent policy of Congress to appease this controversy by prevailing upon the states to make cessions to the United States for the benefit of the whole. This has been so far accomplished as, under a continuation of the Union, to afford a decided prospect of an amicable termination of the dispute. A dismemberment of the Confederacy, however, would revive this dispute and would create others on the same subject. At present, a large part of the vacant Western Territory is, by cession at least, if interior right, common property of the Union. If that were at an end, the states which made the cession on a principle of federal compromise would be apt when the motive of the grant had ceased to reclaim the lands as a reversion. The other states would no doubt insist on a proportion, by right of representation. Their argument would be that a grant once made could not be revoked, and that the justice of participating in territory acquired or secured by the joint efforts of the Confederacy remained undiminished. If, contrary to probability, it should be admitted by all states that each had a right to a share of this common stock, there would still be a difficulty surmounted as to a proper rule of apportionment. Different principles would be set up by different states for this purpose, and as they would affect the opposite interests of the parties, they might not easily be susceptible of a pacific adjustment.
is not a new observation that the people of any country, if like the Americans intelligent and well-informed, steadily persevere for many years in erroneous opinion respecting their interest, the consideration naturally tends to create great respect for the high opinion which the people of America have so long and uniformly attained of the importance of their continuing firmly united under one federal government vested with sufficient powers for all general and national purposes. The more attentively I consider and investigate the reasons which appear to have given birth to this opinion, the more I become convinced that they are cogent and conclusive. Among the many objects to which a wise and free people find it necessary to direct their attention, that of providing for their safety seems to be the first. The safety of the people doubtless has relation to a great variety of circumstances and considerations, and consequently affords great latitude to those who wish to define it precisely and comprehensively. At present, I mean only to consider it as it respects security for the preservation of peace and tranquility, as well as against dangers from foreign arms and influence, as from dangers of the like kind arising from domestic causes. As the former of these comes first in order, it is proper to be the Union, under an efficient national government, affords them the best security that can be developed from abroad. The number of wars which have happened world will always be found to be in proportion to the number and weight of the causes, whether real or pretended, which provoke or invite them. If this remark be just, it becomes useful to inquire whether so many just causes of war are likely to be given by United America as by disowning America. For if it should turn out that United America will probably give the fewest, then it will follow that in this respect the Union tends most to preserve the people in a state of peace with other nations.
Foundation of other edifices, not less magnificent, which will be equally permanent monuments of errors. But it is not to be denied that the portraits they have sketched of Republican government were too just copies of the originals from which they were taken. If it had been found impractical to have devised models of a more perfect structure, the enlightened to liberty would have been obliged to abandon all of government as indefensible.
science of politics, however, like most other sciences, has received great improvement. The efficacy of various principles is now well understood, which were either not known at all or imperfectly known to the ancients. The regular distribution of power into distinct departments, the introduction of legislative balances and checks, the institution of courts composed of judges holding their offices during good behavior, the representation of the people in the legislature by deputies of their own election. These are wholly new discoveries, or have made their principal progress towards perfection in modern times. They are means, and powerful means, by which the excellences of republican government may be gained and imperfections lessened or avoided. To this catalog of circumstances that tend to the amelioration of popular systems of civil government, I shall venture, however novel it may appear, to add one more on a principle which has been made the foundation of an objection to the new Constitution. I mean, the enlargement of the orbit within which such systems are to revolve, either in respect to dimensions of a single state or to the consolidation of several smaller states into one confederacy. The latter is that which immediately concerns the object under consideration. It will, however, be of use to examine the principle in its application to a single state, which shall be attended to in another place. Dreams give information about the secrets of the inner life, reveal to the dreamer hidden factors of his personality.
My friends, it is wise to nourish the soul. Otherwise you will breed dragons and devils in your heart.
Hidden in our problems is a bit of still undeveloped personality. A precious fragment of the psyche without this. We face resignation, bitterness, and everything else that is hostile to life.
We could grow like a tree that likewise does not know its law. We tie ourselves up with tensions, not mindful of the fact that intention is the limitation, yes, the exclusion of life.
You do not have an inferior function. It has you.
For underlying all philosophies and all religions are the facts of the human soul, which may only be the arbiters of truth and error.
Our biggest problems cannot be resolved. They must be outgrown.
The fool is the precursor to the savior.
In spite of a proud domination of nature, we are still her victims, for we have not even learned to control our nature.
Good advice is often a doubtful remedy, but generally not dangerous because it has so little effect.
Archetypal images decide the fate of man.
The underlying primary psychic reality is so inconceivably complex that it can be grasped only at the farthest reach of intuition, and then but dimly. That is why it needs symbols.
Nobody immune to a nationwide evil, unless he is unshakably convinced of the danger of his own character being tainted by the same evil.
Calls not for perfection, but for completeness.
To the scientific mind, such phenomena as symbolic ideas are most irritating, because they cannot be formulated in a way that satisfies our intellect and logic.
What you call knowledge is an attempt to impose something comprehensive on life.
It is precisely the most subjective ideas which, being closest to nature and to the living being, deserve to be called the truest.
Just as we tend is as we see it. We naively suppose that the people are as we imagine them to be.
Only the complete person knows how unbearable man is to himself.
There's 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 and 1 and 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid thus thou mayst abort, the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy beat in tune with the great Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, sway softly as a will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense, observance, entity. Watch every thought that springs in hands, hour after hour thy vigilance, intense and keen turned inward miss. No atom of analysis, 6 on 1 thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being inward.
Still that ecstasy prolonged, that meditation steep and strong, slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act.
Last, all these things in one or time, at the midnight blossom flowered, the oneness is yet even in this, my son, no shall not do amiss.
If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name form, silent stress, this sad consciousness. Pierce to the heart, I leave thee here, thou art the master I revere. Radiance that rolls apart, oh brother of the silver star.
There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 and 1 and 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid thus thou mayst abort, the fidget babes that ease the thought. Next let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy beat be in tune with the great seas. Sit swoon, third, let thy life be pure, calm, place as a well to life be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense of service entity. Watch every thought that springs in hands, hour after hour thy vigilance, intense and keen, turned in with miss, no atom analysis.
6 on 1 thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind, so light and straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next still that ecstasy prolonged, thy meditation deep and strong,
Slaying even
God, should he distract thy attention from the chosen act? Last all these things in one or part time, that the midnight blossom flower, the oneness is. Yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss. So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next to that ecstasy, prolong thy sense deep and strong. Slaying even God, should he distract thy attention from the chosen act? Last all these things in one with power time at the midnight blossom flowered. The oneness is yet even this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss.
The ambitious cardinal, who was prime minister to Henry VIII, permitting his vanity to aspire to the Triple Crown. 5 entertained hopes of succeeding in the acquisition of that splendid prize by the aids of the Emperor Charles V. To secure the favor and interest of this and powerful monarch, he precipitated England in war with France, contrary to the plainest dictates of policy, and at the hazard of the safety and independence, as well of the kingdom over which he presided by his counsels, as of Europe in general. For if there ever was a sovereign who bid fair to realize the project of universal monarchy, it was the Emperor Charles V, of whose intrigues Wolsey was at once the instrument and the dupe. The influence which the bigotry of one female, 6 the petulance of another, 7 and the cabals of a third, 8 had in the contemporary policy, ferments and pacifications of a considerable part of Europe are topics that have been often descanted upon, not to be generally known. To multiply examples of the agency of personal considerations in the production of great national events, either foreign or domestic, according to their direction, would be an unnecessary waste of time. Those who have but a superficial acquaintance with the sources from which they are to be drawn will themselves recollect a variety of instances, and those who have a tolerable knowledge of human nature will not stand in need of such lights to form their opinion, either of the reality or extent of that agency. Perhaps, however, a reference tending to illustrate the general principle may with propriety be made to a case which has lately happened among ourselves. If Shays had not been a destiny debtor, it is much to be doubted whether Massachusetts would have been plunged into a civil war. But notwithstanding the testimony of experience, in this particular, there are still to be found visionary or designing men who stand ready to advocate the paradox of perpetual peace between the state, though dismembered and alienated from each other. The gene of republics, say the specific spirit of course has a tendency to soften the manner of men, and to extinguish those inflammable humors which have so often kindled into wars. Commercial republics like ours will never be disposed to place themselves in ruinous contentions with each other. They will be governed by mutual interest, cultivate a spirit of mutual amity. Concord. That now, O Father, thou hast put me to silence forever, and all my former thoughts have quite left and forsaken me. For I see the greatness and shape of things here below, and nothing but falsehood in them all. And so thence, this mortal form is daily changed, and turned by time into increase or diminution, as being falsehood. What therefore is true, O Trismegistus? 23 Trism. That, O my son, which is not troubled nor bounded, not colored, not figured, not changed, that which is naked, high comprehensible only of itself, unalterable, unbodily. Thought me to have been made a wise man by thee. With these thoughts, thou hast quite dulled all my senses. 25 Herm. Yet is it as I say, O son, he that looketh only upon that which is carried upward as fire, that which is carried downward as earth, that which is moist as water, and that which bloweth or is subject to blast as air. How can he sensibly understand that which is neither hard nor moist, nor tangible, nor perspicuous, seeing it is only understood in power and in operation? But I beseech and pray to the mind, which alone can understand the generation which is in God. 26 Tat. Then I, O Father, utterly unable to do it. 26 Tat. Then am I, O Father, utterly unable to do it. 26th Herm. Herm, God forbid, son. Rather draw, pull him unto thee, or study to know him, and he will come. Be but willing, and it shall be done. Quiet, or make idle the senses of the body, purging thyself from the unreasonable, brutish torments of matter. 29 Herm. Yea, and those not a few, but many, and fearful ones. 30 Tat. I do not know them, Father. 1 Torment, son, is ignorance. A second, sorrow. A third, intemperance. A fourth, concupiscence. A fifth, injustice. A sixth, covetousness. A seventh, deceit. An eighth, envy. A ninth, fraud or guile. A 10th, wrath. An 11th, rashness. A 12th, maliciousness. For them, they are in number 12, and these many more, some which through the prison of the body do force the inwardly placed man to suffer sensibly. And they do not suddenly or easily depart from him, hath obtained mercy of God. And herein consists both the manner and the reason of regeneration. For the rest, O son, hold thy peace and praise God in silence, and by that means the mercy of God will not cease or be wanting unto us. For the rest, O son, hold peace and praise God in silence, and by that means the mercy of God will not not cease or be wanting unto us. For the revelation of God is come to us. And when that came, all ignorance was cast out. The knowledge of joy is come unto us. And when that comes, sorrow shall fly away to them that are capable. Authorities I call unto joy, the power of temperance. A power of virtue is most sweet. Let us take her unto ourselves, O Son, most willingly. For how at her coming hath he put away intemperance. Trendy thing. Now I call forth continence, the power which is over concupiscence. This, O Son, is the stable and firm foundation of justice. For see how without labor she hath chased away injustice, and we are justified, O Son, when injustice is away. 44. The sixth virtue which comes into us I call communion, which is against covetousness. And when that covetousness gone, I call truth. And when she cometh, error and deceit vanisheth. O Son, how the good is fulfilled by the access of truth.
We have heard much of the feats of Britain, and the time may come, if we are wise, when the fleets of America may engage attention. But if one national government had not so regulated the navigation of Britain as to make it a nursery for seamen, if one national government had not called forth all the national means and materials for forming fleets, their prowess and their thunder would never have been celebrated. Let England have its navigation and fleet. Let Scotland have its navigation and fleet. Let Wales have its navigation and fleet. Let Ireland have its navigation and fleet. Let those four of the constituent parts of the British Empire be under four independent governments, and it is easy to perceive how soon they would each dwindle into comparative insignificance. America divided into 13 or, if you please, into 3 or 4 independent governments. What armies could they raise and pay? What fleets could they ever hope to have? If one was attacked, would the others fly to its succor and spend their blood and money in its defense? Would there be no danger of their being flattered into neutrality by its specious promises, or seduced by a too great fondness for peace to decline, hazarding their tranquility and present safety for the sake of neighbors, of whom perhaps they have been jealous, and whose importance they are content to diminish?
such conduct would not be wise, it would nevertheless be the history of the states of Greece and of other countries of such instances, and it is not improbable that what has so often happened would, under similar circumstances, and again. But admit that they might be willing to help the invaded state or confederacy. How and when, and in what proportion shall aids of men and money be afforded? Who shall command the allied armies, and from which of them he received orders? Who shall settle the terms of peace? And in case of disputes, what umpire shall decide between them and compel acquiescence? Various difficulties and inconveniences would be inseparable from such a situation. There is one government, watching over general and common interests, and combining and directing the powers and resources of the whole, would be free from all these embarrassments, and conduce far more to the safety of the people.
Carthage, though a commercial republic, was the aggressor in the very war that ended in her destruction. Hannibal had carried her arms into the heart of Italy and to the gates of Rome. Before Scipio in turn gave him an overthrow in the territories of Carthage and made a conquest of the Commonwealth.
Venice in later times figured more than once in wars of ambition, till becoming an object to the other Italian states. Pope Julius too found means to accomplish that formidable league, not which gave a deadly blow to the power and
the provinces of Holland, till they were overwhelmed and some taxes, took a leading and conspicuous part in the wars of Europe. They had furious contests with England for the dominion of the sea, and were among the most persevering, most implacable of the opponents of Louis XVIII.
in the government of Britain, the representatives of the people compose one branch of the national legislature. Commerce has been for ages the predominant pursuit of that country. Few nations, nevertheless, have been more frequently engaged in war.
And the wars in which that kingdom has been engaged have, in numerous instances, proceeded from the people. There have been, if I may so express it, almost as many popular as royal wars. The cries of the nation and the importunities of their representatives have upon various occasions dragged the monarchs into war, continued them in it, contrary to their inclinations and sometimes contrary to the real interest of the state.
An admirable struggle for superiority
the English against the French, seconding the ambition, or rather the avarice of a favorite leader.
Temper protracted the war beyond the limits, marking a sound policy, and for a considerable time in opposition to the views of the court. The war to these two last mentioned nations have in a great measure grown out of commercial considerations, the desire of supplanting and the fear of being supplanted, either in particular branches of traffic or in the general advantages of trade and navigation.
From this summary of what has taken place in other countries, whose situations have borne the nearest resemblance to our own, what reason can we have to confide in those reveries which would seduce us into an expectation of peace and cordiality between the members of the present Confederacy in a state of separation?
Have we not already seen enough of the fallacy
and extravagance of those idle theories which have amused us with promises of an exemption from the imperfections, weaknesses and evils incident to society in every shape?
Is it not time to awake from the deceitful dream of a golden age, to adopt as a practical maxim for the direction of our political conduct that we, as well as the other inhabitants of the globe, are yet remote from the happy empire of perfect wisdom, perfect virtue?
Let the point of extreme depression, to which our national dignity and credit of some, let the inconveniences felt everywhere from a lax and ill administration of government.
Let the revolt of a part of the state of North Carolina, the late menacing disturbances in Pennsylvania,
and the actual insurrections and rebellions in Massachusetts declare.
In the trade to China and India, we interfere with more than one nation, inasmuch as it enables us to partake in advantages which they had in a manner monopolized, and as we thereby supply ourselves with commodities which we used to purchase from them. The extension of our own commerce in our own vessels cannot give pleasure to any nations who possess territories on or near this continent, because the cheapness and excellence of our productions added to the circumstance of vicinity, and the enterprise and address of our merchants and navigators will give us a greater share in the advantages which those territories afford than consist with the wishes or policy of their respective sovereigns. Spain thinks it convenient to shut the Mississippi against us on the one side, and Britain excludes us from the St. Lawrence on the other. Nor will either of them permit the other waters which are between them and us to become the means of mutual intercourse and traffic. From these and such like considerations, which might have consisted with prudence, be more amplified and detailed, it is easy to see that jealousies and uneasinesses may gradually slide into the minds and cabinets of other nations, and that we are not to expect that they should regard our advancement in union, in power and consequence by land and by sea, with an eye of indifference and composure. Out of these circumstances, as well as from others not so obvious at present, and that whenever such inducements may find fit time and opportunity for operation, pretenses to color and justify them will not be wanting. Wisely, therefore, do they consider union and a good national government as necessary to put, keep them in such a situation as, instead of inviting war, will tend to repress and discourage it. That situation consists in the best possible state of defense and necessarily depends on the government, the arms, and the resources of the country. One government can collect and avail itself of the talents and experience of the ablest men. In whatever part of the Union they may be found, it can move on uniform principles of policy. It can harmonize, assimilate, and protect the several parts and members, and extend the benefit of its foresight and precautions to each in the formation of treaties. It will regard the interest of the whole and the particular interest of the parts as connected with that of the whole. It can apply the resources and power of the whole to the defense of any particular part, and that more easily and expeditiously than state governments or separate confederacies can possibly do. For want of concert and unity of system, it can place the militia under one plan of discipline, and by putting their officers in a proper line of subordination to the chief magistrate, will, as it were, consolidate them into one cause, and thereby render them more efficient than if divided into 13 or into 3 or 4 distinct independent companies. China and India, we interfere with more than one nation, inasmuch as it enables us to partake in advantages which they had in a manner monopolized, and as we thereby supply ourselves with commodities which we used to purchase from them. The extension of our own commerce and our own vessels cannot give pleasure to any nations who possess territories on or near this continent. Cheapness and excellence of our productions, added to the circumstance of vicinity, and the enterprise and address of our merchants and navigators, will give us a greater share in the advantages which those territories afford, than consists with the wishes or policy of their respective sovereigns. Spain thinks it convenient to shut the Mississippi against us on the one side, and Britain excludes us from the St. Lawrence on the other. Nor will either of them permit the other waters which are between them and us to become the means of mutual intercourse and traffic. From these such like considerations, which might have consisted with prudence, be more amplified and detailed, it is easy to see that jealousies and uneasinesses may gradually slide into the minds and cabinets of other nations, and that we are not to expect that they should regard our advancement in union, in power and consequence by land and by sea, with an eye of indifference and composure. The people of America are aware that inducements to war may arise out of these circumstances, as well as from others not so obvious at present, and that whenever such inducements may find fit time and opportunity for operation, pretenses to color and justify them will not. Wisely, therefore, do they consider union and good national government is necessary to put and keep them in such a situation as, instead of inviting war, will tend to repress and discourage it. That situation consists in the best possible state of defense, and necessarily depends on the government, the arms, and the resources of the country, as the safety of the whole is the interest of the whole, and cannot be provided for without government. Either one more or many, let us inquire whether one good government is not, relative to the object in question, more competent than any other given number whatever. One government can collect and avail itself of the talents and experience of the ablest men in whatever part of the union they may be found. It can move on uniform principles of policy. It can harmonize, assimilate the several parts and members, and extend the benefit of its foresight and precautions to each in formation and treaties. It will regard the interest of the whole, and the particular interest of the parts is connected with that of the whole. It can apply the resources and power of the whole to the defense of any particular part, and that more easily and expeditiously than state governments or separate confederacies can possibly do. For want of concert and unity of system, it can place the militia under one plan of discipline, and by putting their officers in a proper line of subordination to the chief magistrate, will, as it were, consolidate them into one cause, and thereby render them more efficient than if divided into 13 or into 3 or 4 distinct independent companies.
I need to be free of those telling me what to do in order to attain my real fulfillment. If I suppress my sensual impulses and urges, I may do harm to my natural development. I am a mature person, I can read whatever I
To Vegas. I thought that was the weirdest thing.
And they're still not any better.
I mean, I'm sure Nevada and Vegas did something shady. I have no evidence, but it's on.
College game on Monday. I'm sure you sports fans are already aware. That's going to be good. I think it's Miami, Indiana. Yeah.
Don't care. I just always like to see what Michael Irvin's going to do at the end with the belt.
For that, I saw that the last game he put the something on the Gatorade bottle and started whooping it.
Yeah, he does like someone said, chat the belt to Ash game at the end. Wait, so this is old news, but how did Jacksonville get a team? Like, did they come from somewhere, or was that an expansion?
They're the whole new team. It was Jacksonville and Carolina, I think that
we're expansion. Okay.
Yeah.
How'd they choose Jacksonville?
That's a great question.
And is Seattle ever gonna get back their basketball team? That's a great question. I know there's been talks, but I don't know. Divine, do you know any New Yorkers that root for the Nets? Or do you think like that they should go back to Jersey?
They should go back to Jersey. I rooted for them when they had that team when Kyrie and I'm horrible with names, but they had like all those great players and flopped. After that, I was like, get them out.
KD? I'm not.
Yeah, KD. Yeah, it was like 4 or 5 heavy hitters, and they couldn't pull it off. The Knicks and I have a love-hate relationship. Because growing up, I was a huge Patrick Ewing fan, and I really did not like that Ewing never got his ring. Anybody?
Right. How did he miss that dunk? How did he miss that? How did he miss that dunk? How did he miss that dunk? You know what I'm talking about? They would have won.
I played the fifth. But yeah, I mean, this guy, yeah, he was one of the hardest workers. I even had a pair of Ewing, like my whole block, we all had Ewing Adidas, like, yes. And, all my friends were Jamaican, so forget about it. It was
you don't like the new Ewings?
No, well, I saw the new ones, but I remember the original Ewings when he played for the Knicks. Those were, every kid in my hood had those. Yeah, but worked out for him.
It was him, Anthony Mason, what's his name? Starks.
And they traded Rod Strickland. Never forgave him for that. Never forgave them for trading Rod. What? We was pissed.
Yeah.
You trade Rod Strickland? Oh my God. Made no sense growing up.
Yeah, sometimes these GMs be making decisions that it's like it's got to be above our pay grades. We don't understand those decisions ever.
I'm sweating watching this game right now. Y'all all watching the game?
Yeah, I'm just, they just got the first down almost.
Oh my God.
What did you say, Scotty? The game just started for you?
Yes, it's 10-7. Oh, we're watching the Niner game.
Is that the one on Prime? You gotta have Prime for that, right?
No, Scotty's still watching the Broncos game. We watching the Niners game. I'm watching because this is it's fourth quarter, and like it's a game.
Okay. Ooh, they just try to rob us real quick. I don't want to spoil it for you, Scotty.
Uh-oh.
You can't fast forward.
Just
don't say anything. I'm all right. Wait, you watching Niners? Dang it.
The Nine game ain't on yet. I'm just joking, Scotty. I was just saying because we're so far ahead. We're already on the second game.
Oh, man. Whew. They're making me nervous. Scotty, how about those Knickerbockers? Oh my God.
Oh, fuck them Knicks.
We was on a roll, and then we weren't.
You see that dunk on OKC the other night?
No, I missed that.
Oh, and then they beat the buzzer. They had a buzzer beater.
I know we lost like 5 in a row or 6 in a row. I stopped watching.
Look, it would be easier to be a Knicks fan if you Knicks fans would stop saying things like, "This is our year." I'm tired of that shit.
Knicks in 6. Knicks in 6. Hey, what'd you say? Keep Spike Lee out of the building, right? Stay home, Spike.
No, fucking fire James Dolan. Make him sell. Whatever.
That's not worse than Cowboy fans.
Oh, damn. So fun fact, if you ever saw the movie Crooklyn, that's a depiction of Spike Lee's childhood. Some of it's true, some of it's not true, where the mother dies from cancer. Ladybug was the little girl who grew up around
No
all
spoilers.
boys.
Hello?
You never saw Crooklyn?
No, I did. Great. I love it.
Oh, okay. So real quick, so there was a scene where Spike Lee wanted to go, Spike's character, supposed to be his character, wanted to go watch the Knicks win the championship, and his father had a recital that night in the movie. That actually happened in Spike Lee's real life. He did say that part of the movie was true. But yeah, if you haven't seen Crooklyn, it's a good depiction of, I'd say, 70s Brooklyn, Bed-Stuy, brownstone, kids playing hot peas and butter, going to the corner store, a little girl going through life changes, going to live with her cousins in down south. Anytime that movie's on, I gotta stop and watch.
It's one of his better movies, absolutely.
Absolutely. I actually took a course on bereavement, and the professor said, you have to watch Crooklyn. I was like, oh, word? Say less. That's one of my favorite movies. So it's so good it became a required viewing for a bereavement course that I took.
That reminds me when one of my professors in the human development class I was taking was like, well, you have an option. You can watch Breakfast Club. I'm like, what?
How cool is that?
I'm like, challenge accepted. I've already seen it 3 times.
I mean, that's just like, anyone can watch that and relate to any of those characters now.
Yeah, I was out.
Did you like School Days? That Spike Lee joint?
I did. There was certain aspects of it that were like, you know, a little trifling, but overall, I did like it.
Yeah, I went to see that with my parents, which was, you know, my parents. My mother had me late. I'll just say that, and they were like, "Spike Lee has a movie named School Days. We're going to the Village to watch it." I was like, "Okay." I didn't know anything about it. I didn't know what it was going to be about. I just saw the ad. You know, I was young. I don't remember. It was like 88, 87.
It's all about good or bad hair.
Yeah.
Good about hair.
And I was like, what is this? Is this a musical? Is this what's happening right now?
When they did the stepping part, it was like 6 seconds, not 10. Yeah, that whole scene was it was good.
It was a good movie. And it kind of you know, I thought that's how college was because I was young. I didn't know anything about college. Big Brother Almighty. TT.
Give a 5.
Oh man. Squish it, squeeze it, squash it. And thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. May I have another? They took that from didn't they take that from Animal House? I think they took that scene from Animal House.
Which one?
The paddle scene in School Days when they were the pledges were getting paddled.
Oh, I don't remember that from the Animal House, but it's been a while.
Yeah.
But I think my favorites of his were Mo Better Blues and X.
No question.
My least favorite, I think, was Girl 6. I think it was my least favorite. I was so, even though it was mostly a Prince soundtrack, it was more like a Prince mixtape, but I felt it was fucking lazy music supervision shit. I don't know. I just say I
like a 25th hour study.
25th Hour. Did I see it? I have to refresh my memory.
I think
Inside Man was dope though. Inside Man was dope.
Inside Man. Oh man. You know, when I did not know Spike directed that for some reason. When I found out, I liked it even more. So
Scotty.
Don't say anything. Just watch the game. Don't ruin it for my uptown friend.
Yeah, just so you know where I'm at in time, it's 4:44 left in the fourth.
Oh, that ball touch. Oh, run the play. Run the play. Hurry up.
Don't you dare.
Oh my God.
I think this is gonna. I think that play is gonna cost Denver the game.
Oh, this is crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, somebody's gonna be mad.
Oh, score.
Oh.
Scotty, I'm about to. I'm so sick of you, Scotty.
Right, we can't talk about the game.
No, go ahead. I just won't listen like I do have to.
That ball touched the ground. We just got away with it, y'all. That ball touched the ground. That was not a touchdown.
No, it wasn't a touchdown. They took it back. Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, they did take it back. Oh, okay, I'm bugging. I thought we got away with it. Oh, so we only got 3?
Where are you at? You're so...
Hey, look, man, it's hard to multitask for me sometimes. I thought we got away with it.
Divine is still traumatized from last time.
That's how I know Divine is old school because he says you bug it. You old school when you say you bug it. When that's your tagline, that's when you know you're old school. You bug it.
Man. I thought we got away with the ball touching the ground. I was not listening. I was only watching. That's all right. We're up. I thought that was an extra point for the because we got away with the touchdown. I'm looking for a red flag. My bad.
Need a diaper change.
We got so many New York teams. Somebody better bring home a goddamn championship in 2026.
It's pathetic.
That's all I'm saying. Somebody bring something home.
Y'all are pathetic.
Well, I was watching the game until I saw the Prisoner of Azkaban is on. So that's it.
Is that Harry Potter?
It is.
It's Harry Potter, yo.
It's one of the better movies too.
I almost killed my friend because he spoiled the whole Dumbledore thing. I mean, not Dumbledore.
Nope. I know who you're talking about.
Brother,
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's we had some older folks who might be getting into it soon. We've been talking.
Oh, really?
Series. Yeah, on stage there's some people who.
I mean, Greg, I haven't watched Game of Thrones, so I'm not one to talk.
Okay.
I am one of those people.
No, that's you, baby. Oh, is it for me? Oh, okay. Thank you. All right, hold on.
So my whole little crew went to go watch the SpongeBob movie. I didn't even know there was a SpongeBob movie. They left.
Damn, come on, man. How you didn't know about SpongeBob?
Look, bro. Shit.
We're a different generation. We're from you can't do that on television.
Yeah. So we got the crib with nothing to do.
Or Divine, we had Ren and Stimpy.
Yes.
Oh, dudes, I love them.
Pinky in the Brain.
Oh my God, what is happening here?
Plenty of time.
Hold on, Devon. Hold on real quick. This is for Scotty. Hold on.
They won on this field on the way to winning the Super Bowl, Super Bowl 40. Not an easy place to go in and win. And you see, this is actually pretty big. I feel like Forsyth come out.
You can spoil it. I'm multitasking.
That's where I'm attacking. Right at the center where the ball is. It's going to be Mustafa, who's going to come in here. We've already seen him this year. He's an experienced player and a former Bronco. We saw him get some action in Week 18. By the way, they moved the spot to the 38. They let it go to the 2-minute mark. Oh boy, so many permutations, situations. Oh,
Better than me, Omar. I don't know how that's possible.
Come back in.
You're ahead of me. That's weird. Oh, you on the west.
It's 2 minutes left. We're going to win 2 minutes. And
Wait, who's in San Francisco or area? No, so no has mandatory composting. It's only me. So do you have to compost where you are?
You're in a commercial right now. What? Did brother drop down by mistake?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, it's 2 minutes left, right?
Yeah, it's 2 minutes left.
Don't panic. Plenty of time. Plenty of time.
Plenty of time. Touchdown, most likely, but this time will most likely win the game for Broncos. But you can never count, Josh Allen. So if they gotta use a lot of time management, leave seconds on the clock. Anything over 40 seconds, we've seen Josh.
I don't know.
If y'all remember, like the old school games, the Chiefs, then touchdown, field goal, 10 seconds left, touchdown. Going at it, battles. Okay, it's back on. Here we go.
Changes everything. And by State Farm, the good neighbor, State Farm is there. This is the 7th playoff game of this postseason, and the 5th one that's been sort of nailed. 2 minutes to go. 1st and 10, Broncos down 4. At the 38 of the Bills. Making up the big. He's been throwing it out of this recently. Makes the handoff to Harvey, and now, like he likes to do, roll right and just flings it out of bounds. Buffalo finally ran man, and Richards helped at the end of the first half. They've taken a little while. Pressure's helped. Coverage has too. And Joey Bosa splits the year a few times, and that's going to be needed if they're going to win this game. He had his call sheet on tape. It's going to come down at this point, right? He's going to call it. He's going to have to create something. I think all your cool plays are gone. 2nd and 10. There's Nix. And there's something. And he's pushed back by Lewis. Now you're going to have about 3rd and 3, maybe more. Yeah, this is actually just no sacks as a quarterback. You extend the play, you can still throw it away. It doesn't matter, but you could run the ball here if you get the right. They've had pressure, but they've not sacked him once in this game. Last time they were all up in here, they backed out. I wouldn't expect that here. It's time they were coming. Nix. He's got the first down, and he slides. About the 25-yard line with a minute to go. Buster for the back and throw a big block here for him. Down, and the quarterback's going to run out wide. And it's just a slap in the formation. Good job right there being prepared. This mug-up look inside. Timeout. By the Broncos. 61 seconds in this one. And again, the State Farm postgame show coming up after the game. We got a lot to look at this. Tre'Davious White, who deflected that pass at the end of the game last week that led to the pick by Bishop that clinched the game. He's out. Wow, that's huge because Kim was playing safety. Dane Jackson comes in, been little used. They just brought him back a couple of weeks ago. He played a ton today. Now it's like go out there and save our season. 1st and 10. They're going after him. Going for the end zone. 26 yards to Marvin Mims, who was injured as he was falling to the ground after making the over-the-shoulder catch. This, it's an incredible throw. Bo Nix has done it all year. By Mims, we got to look at the feet. We got to go back. I was about to say, I think it's a touchdown. Got to bring in Chiefs territory just to confirm it. Yeah, I'm looking. The left foot was down when I think he possesses it initially there.
I'm going to poke him in the back.
You guys, if he survives the ground there as he's falling, you've got a touchdown. I don't think Charlie pass overtime. Further injury for that 2 minutes. And what? Not only a throw and a big defenseman wins, who's one of our X factors in this game. But as soon as Dante Jackson comes in, one play, Sean Payton dials up a double move. To be that aware that your corner's out right there, to take a shot at Jackson, they have been so situationally aware and aware of the personnel in the field at that moment. That is high-level coaching, high-level throw, high-level catch. That's how you win in the playoff, bro. Jackson comes in for the play with White out, and they go right after him, and now a big PAT to make it 3. And it's good, but there's still
Been plenty of time.
Good beat. Once again,
thank you. I appreciate it. You don't need to wait
down to the wire. You got it.
I'll be late. It's all.
Oh, that's okay. It's commercial pretty soon, so let you catch up. I'll come back when they kick off time. But
No, it's all good. I'm preparing to do a music room, so I'm going to be leaving momentarily.
What y'all talking about in the music room?
Oh, I have a series. It's called Music for the Apocalypse. So I just play music.
Oh, okay.
From the last 7 decades. That's about it.
Sweet.
It's an apocalyptic theme.
I like apocalyptic. I like heroic music. You know, like those type of music as well.
This is more dystopian.
Dystopian. What's his name? Something Citizens. What's the name? Some of the bands or some of the music.
It shifts all the time. I mean, I can do anything from jazz. So I've played. It's not all dystopian, obviously, but it's more kind of sublime and chill. But I can do anywhere from Done Coltrane to Dexter Gordon to 07 to Salt to Gil Scott and Heron to Weather Report to Billie Holiday to Dave Brubeck.
You ever heard of Alexa Ray?
I've done Alex Isley. I mean, and it could go anywhere.
And again, come back on. Hold on, guys. Let me get back.
This season, obviously, but this one right here, it's his will against Denver's dynamic defense. Fling it and completes it. It's Kincaid with the catch and a timeout called by Buffalo. He got 9 out of it. Almost got sacked for a big loss. That ball was out there, almost a fumble, but right here. Oh, if he would have really gone back to throw that ball, it would have been stripped. And that's just Josh Allen putting the cape on right now. We've seen it before. This is another test, though, because they know you've got to throw the ball. And this defense has feasted on the opposing quarterbacks this year in that situation. You may have seen the target line. That's for the career run for Prater, which happened in this building in 2013 when he was a member of the Broncos, and at that point he set the NFL record with a 64-yarder, the first time to get to that mark. Of course, it's been far eclipsed this year. The 41-year-old was making 60-yarders exactly at 60 during warm-ups. Second and 1. He's changing the play. He's bringing back to protect. Brings Knox into the backfield to help out. And down the sideline they go. And it is down. And it again, Brandon Cooks with a big catch on a late drive as he had a it's time. I think his knee is going to be the key because he didn't get 2 feet in. Does the left knee get down? No, the wrist hit before the knee. Yeah, the wrist was out of bounds. I thought, because I was watching his knee, I was like, I think he might be in. The knee's going to be down in bounds, and he did. But the fist got out of it first. Let's get back to the situation at hand because it's still 3rd and 1. And you can't do this push. You've got 2 timeouts. Situation, you're going to have ability to take your shots. Now, you don't the 5 yards in first.
Action, number 0, defense. 5-yard penalty results in a first down.
The key to that, Sean Payton's going to be upset, is because Josh Allen said, hey, reset the play clock. You guys told us it was a catch, not a catch, and they reset it, so he was able to go on 2 leg lifts. Haven't been able to do that recently, and that's why you got Cooper. Ball out to the 41. 30 seconds. There's Allen. Back foot. And looking down the field for Coleman, who's double covered. There was big pressure on Allen. It's coming from Allen. It's TT stuck inside, but this is a throwaway smartly because Fonda was coming over. But under this threat right here from Allen coming in, times you got to throw it out and away from the safety. 41 32 seconds. You still got the 2 time. You can't put the yep, that's here. Here he goes to Shakir. Back, and they've got a big game with this. And they're in field goal range. A hook and ladder call here in the final 30 seconds. Bills are all the way down to about the 32-yard line. A timeout call by the Bills.
I can't believe they pulled this out right here. It's a genius call by Joe Brady and executed to perfection.
I mean, this is a Ben Johnson special. I saw him do this in Detroit. They did it in Chicago. It's in key situations because everything overflows. Time with 27 yards on the play. Tipped. Ball was tipped. That means that's a heck of a catch by Shakir. They've got the clock now with 24 seconds. 1 timeout. What do you do here if you're Buffalo? You're already in field goal range. Do you take a shot? It's not what the defense is doing, but if they give me one-on-one coverage, I'm taking a shot to the end zone on this play. If there's 2 safeties back, which I would be in if I'm Denver, be back, help these outside guys. If he comes down, this ball's going down here. That's Coleman down there. There's Allen retreating to the 40 and giving it deep to the end zone. Oh, looks like he was held by Moss. But there's no flag. Cooks, he slowed up towards the target.
This was almost a perfectly thrown ball. You're going to watch.
He turns around right here and then slows up. If he'd have kept running, it would have been a sideline shot. Gene Steratore, I see a little tug in an arm.
I see a little. I don't think it's enough there, Jim. Honestly, it's a good play.
19 seconds. Field goal from here would be 50 if they have to go that way for the tie to send it to overtime. Don't let him throw it deep. Make him go in the middle and take it, Josh. They go middle incomplete. And that's probably best for Buffalo right there anyway. Shakir would have only had a couple of yards. You're exactly right. Kincaid has a chance over the middle. Because you see Singleton come right off there. You have that possibility here. But you can't take a sack. If you do, it's still technically kicking. It's really long, especially for a 41-year-old kicker. And you know these safeties are going to be deep. I think this Brandon Cooks uncertainty. One snap, it's fielded. Can't take the sack, goes down the middle of the field, and it's over the head of Knox, who was open, Tony.
This could have won the game.
It's going to come down to a 50-yard field goal attack.
I never missed this, but he felt Cooper on his backside. He missed because this is going to be a touchdown if he hits him in stride.
It's going to be a 50-yard attempt for Prayer. And if you know the Buffalo season history, kicks at the end of the game, there's a lot to deal with. The drama, the tension, the expectations, the history. This descended to overtime. Timeout called by Denver. got signed just a couple of days before the opening. Didn't even know his teammates when he showed up. Opening game against Ravens, he was working as a volunteer assistant for his son's youth football. That crazy comeback, that 41-40 opening game was really a harbinger of one of the great seasons the NFL has ever had. Here they go. Wisnowski will hold it. Reed Ferguson, the most tenured Bill, will snap it back. And would we even watch? It's Prater from 50. And the kick is one good. He's automatic. I was if you tell me that ball starts.
That was great.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's 4th and 10 over here, by the way. So
4th and 10 is crazy. Yeah, man, what a classic game. When it gets close to like the 1 minute to, if depending on what happened in the next, I'll put it back on. But yeah, I can go back, talk about what I don't know if anyone was talking about anything, but just silence. Now, for those of y'all in the goo, probably most people who are watching football. So here's the kicker. So I go back in. Hey, man, we're just listening to the game right quick. Because, here.
Kick is there. He's going to get in the landing zone to about the 6.
I try to take a run, which is Devon, man.
What? Ivan Blomqvist, I'm probably saying it wrong. Swedish musician. And then from there, who knows? But thanks for the audio on the football. I really appreciate it.
Oh yeah. Well,
I'll put a link in there in case I don't want to take away from this room. I'll put a link in there anyway.
Okay. Yeah, definitely appreciate it.
All right, thanks for the audio. Appreciate it. Go Bills.
Go Bills. So, oh man. So, there we go. Anyone? Who's? Let's see. I mean, I hate that era.